Alright, yo-yo. Good afternoon, yo-yo. Good afternoon, yo-yo. Ugh. Yo-yo. Yo-yo. Well, I've only got a few more days to go. They were good, though. I only was able to go for one. Second one I had to book for, like, next week. Everyone's going on Christmas vacation. But I have, I have cough medicine. I've got a few things to take, thankfully, until then. Yo-yo. Good afternoon, yo-yo. Alrighty. Yeah, it's gonna be a very quiet few days. It is not very fun. It is not very fun. Yo-yo. Second half was fine. I mean, they showed a bunch of stuff. I don't think the Game Awards was, like, anything to write home about in particular, but it was good. Ye old good Game Awards. I was actually kind of disappointed that Death Stranding didn't win anything. But it is what it is. I didn't vote. Even if I did, it wouldn't have mattered. So, it would not have mattered. Good afternoon. Yeah, that Street Fighter thing was a bit odd. That was not the brightest thing to do. Sometimes staying your hand is the best way to go about things. You don't need to say something always. Sometimes it's good to say nothing. Sorry. We're good. He's chilling. Mochi's hanging out with me. He's not in this room when I do this stuff, though, but, he's relaxing while Mama's not here. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, the books, the Cyberpunk books were supposed to be... That's kind of what they came from anyways, right? That whole game is based on a... like a tabletop RPG. Mochi. I must have heard something. Average Mochi. Here's one thing and then goes berserk. I don't know. That whole Star Wars racing game, it could be cool. I'm not really interested in racing games, but the, I mean, having a new Star Wars game set in the Old Republic's a good idea. Star Wars hasn't really had it hasn't had the best track record outside of maybe like the last few games, but most companies need to play off what they've already made, because that's the stuff people love. That's the bedrock of most franchises. Like a very easy thing to get on with. Star Wars has a lot to play with. I don't really keep up with their games, but I did grow up with them, and I grew up with the movies, so... I'll always like Star Wars, but that doesn't mean I'll always buy into it. Which I think most people would agree. NG, hello, sir. We're chilling. I'm just dying. It's the usual here. Clean Warhammer and die on camera. It is the absolute classic. I'm not going to keep answering those questions, because I don't know. Well, my lungs right now don't feel very good. Maybe scraping plastic isn't a good idea, but... I'm pretty beat, I'm not going to lie. Being at the doctor's for like a month straight isn't very fun. It's not even for my lungs at this point, but it will be if it's that bad. But we'll see. I don't know what it could be, but it's something. Black lung. Black lung. Well, the plastic is not really in my lungs. It's not that. Oh, you're good, man. I haven't really been here for about a week. I've been off and on with health. Preparing to become a 40k fan. I mean, I've always been a 40k fan since, like, the early 2000s, but the game should be good. Okay, I don't really keep up with 40k right now, but I've always enjoyed it. I lost my wallet today. I actually had that happen, and someone brought it back and left it in the mailbox, which is, like, insanely generous and insanely unexpected. People will do that, though. Hey, good luck with it, man. That's rough. That's not something people normally do, but I would do that for anyone. It's not fun. Like, what would you want happening to you if that happened, right? It's like, steal the money, take the wallet. It's like, no one wants that. You know, one interesting thing about the new 40k Total War game is that it's actually being made for console as well, so I'm not really sure how the UI is going to interact, or if the game is going to be a little bit dumbed down so that console gaming can kind of be taken into account. I completely forgot that fact when it was, like, being announced. Well, the implementation of, like, older RTS games on console have been pretty weird, like Halo Wars, Battle for Middle-earth, like Tom Clancy's N-War, shit like that. It was really odd. The Command and Conquer Tiberium Wars, I think, was also on Xbox. I don't know, we'll see. How to hand it me? Well, hey, you've got some good people out there who will return you stuff. If they know it's yours, of course. I've seen the new Street Fighter trailer, yeah. Zuatine, hello, buddy. Yeah, I've seen it. Give his, machine. But my lungs could be better. I've got Buckley's right now for, like, cough and mucus, but I gotta head in early next week, I believe. Yeah, it's not fun. I've got windows open, I've got air purifiers running, just in case, you never know. even if it is placebo. Well, I've got mucus in my throat, too. Like, it's not just the lungs. If it gets unbearable, I'll probably go to the hospital. I went last time for my back, and thankfully my back is, like, mostly healed, but I'm otherwise very healthy in pretty much most departments. So whatever it may be, I have no clue, but, you know, it's one day at a time at this point, right? It's like, you know how men are when it comes to health. I'll get it checked out later, I'll do this tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know, you give it a day or two. Although my lungs have been acting up for a few days now. Divinity is BG3 devs, yeah, but Divinity is their own IP. It's their own, basically D&D fantasy game. It's like in the vein of it. It's not the same thing, but yeah, it's theirs. It's their passion project. Well, the last game was just, I mean, people like it. You guys complain about a lot, even more than me. The final game they showed wasn't anything to write home about, in my opinion, but, like, people are gonna play it. It's Apex with, like, people as warlocks. Not warlocks, sorry, shamans. It's like Shaman Apex. Shaman Pex. It's like, what if we take a shaman and give people shaman powers? That's basically what I saw. It's not my thing, but, you know. Yeah, magic shaman, warlocky wizard. Yeah, I don't play those games, but, you know, a lot of people do. A lot of people like those games. It's just not for me. I mean, the best game shown at the event was Total War Warhammer 40k. Or actually Divinity 3. Which is, I think, what it was, right? Those two in particular, I think, are kind of my thing. But, you know, the Game Awards is meant for every genre. It's meant for everyone. So just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's not for anyone. Oh, sorry, KOTOR as well. Well, it was some Fates of the Old Republic. I mean, that's cool. Actually, yes, that's a cool one. Star Wars, I mean, again, it's just, outside of gaming, it's kind of had a bad rap recently. And you do need to kind of be in every market if you're that big. Like, Star Wars is an amazing IP, but, you know, under Disney and under some of, like, the shows they ended up bringing out, it wasn't the most exciting thing. I did like some of it, but, like, not all of it. $20.30? Holy shit, good luck. I think we'll all be dead by then, by, like, the next plague. Well, the dog game will be inherently niche. There's a lot of, like, niche-ish titles that are meant for, like, the cozy gamer, not, like, mass market appeal. Everyone's going to make a game that they want to play, ideally. Not that you want to play, but somebody will. Yo, good afternoon. I'm gonna lag. Well, PC parts have been pretty bad lately. I've actually got my brother showing up in a few days from now, so he's gonna help me kind of figure out my PC. Because this PC has problems. The main PC is not so bad, but I'd still like to upgrade it before the end of the year. But yeah. Dead on Arrival. You guys, you folks have strong opinions of things you don't know anything about. I guess that's everyone, but bro, if you think the Steam machine is going to be dead on arrival, I mean, Steam is the most successful thing for a reason. You just got to give it a chance. Let's see when it comes out. I don't think it's going to be a flop. You literally pay that much for a PlayStation. It's the same price. Some people don't want to deal with a PC. Like, I actually think it could be a massive success, but again, you just don't know. Like, you can't really dismiss it before it's even out. And if it's from Steam. Yeah, but nothing is cheap in today's times. Any sort of entertainment is just way too overpriced. Well, I don't want to say it's overpriced. It's relative to, like, the current pricings. Like, when I bought the PlayStation, it's as much as the Steam console at this point. You know, you could get a $1,000 PC, but a $1,000 PC probably won't be the best. It's serviceable, but there's no problem in creating a console that plays Steam games. That's like a one-and-done purchase that you kind of, like, hook up to your TV. You need some faith, bro. Don't be so dismissive. When has Mr. Newell ever betrayed us? Steam is the GOAT for a reason. It's just there's no way to make any sort of decent, like, electronic system in today's times without spending at least $1,000. Like, how much is this? The Switch 2 is, like, what? Probably the cheapest of the bunch, and it's still, like, what, 700, 800 Canadian? And it's a handheld? Well, maybe. I mean, I'll say this. If it's over 1,000 to 2,000, you've probably got a problem, but if it's a little bit less than $1,000 or around $1,000 for everything, I think that's a very reasonable place to be, considering today's prices for things. And then, of course, depending on how good it actually is. You know, because you can buy a $1,000 console in the hopes that it plays every game at, like, a decent standard, but, you know, again, you just have to wait to see. Which is such a weird thing with console gaming. Because when I bought the PlayStation, Wukong had, like, 2 graphical options where you'd play on, like, the highest settings, but you'd get 30 FPS locked. Or you'd drop the graphics and be at 60 FPS. But have, like, slightly shittier looking gameplay. And it really wasn't noticeable. Like, I don't know why anyone in their right mind would want to play at 30 FPS at all. That's, like, abysmal. So hopefully it's not that, at least. Oh, yeah, but, you know, if it's a Steam console, it's like the ultimate gaming experience outside of a PC. Logically, it should be. But it shouldn't really be comparable to a PC in price, because at that point, you'd rather just buy a PC. If it's $1,000 to $2,000, yeah, I don't know. Might be a bit too much, but ideally, with today's technology, everything should be running at 60 FPS minimum. Minimum. Well, we hope it's at least $1,000. I won't be buying it, but, you know, anything less would be way too cheap. Like, 900, sure. 800, sure. But, like, you gotta question, like, the quality of the machine at that point. Cheap doesn't always mean good. You do kind of want to get what you pay for. And sometimes what you want to pay for is, you know, preferably decked out of its mind. Well, I mean, usually consoles are even more anyways, because you have to buy, like, the controllers and the games. There's always an entry fee beyond the console. It's like with Warhammer, it's like with anything. It's like, I can get into Warhammer for $100. It's like, well, the minis, yeah, that's about it. Do they have a date that it's supposed to come out in? Is it supposed to be slated for next year? Yeah. I mean, next year's going to be big for a lot of things. Next year will be big for a lot of different things. We're good. We're just getting on slowly. I'm tired and it's only like 3 o'clock. Mid-ass year. 2025 was not... I can't... You know what? 2025 for me was just stream. Come to think of it. I don't think my year was bad at all. I think people had fun. I had fun. I can't really tell you what had gone on outside of that because I had no life outside of streaming, but it was, certainly the craziest year. Yeah. Well, the health updates are not fun. This year was probably the worst for health. Like, I'm about to turn 30 next year, and the only thing I care for at this point is just getting myself in check. Taking care of myself so I can take care of my family. That's pretty much it. Health is one of those things you just genuinely don't think about unless you're ill. Because how can you feel like shit if you don't feel like shit? You just don't know what that feels like. You can't really fathom it until it's happened. And now that I'm very aware of the frailty of the human body, things need to change. I have to become a tech priest. I have to serve the Omnissiah. The whole supportathon helped my mental so I don't crash out. That's good news, sir. We were on quite a bit. Like, there was, it was a consistency that has never been seen before, I think is one way to put it. That was like a year's worth of 14 hours a day, roughly. Anything from 12 to 14. Well, if I'm forced to play the game day one, it'd be Guard or Orcs, because I played both those back in the early 2000s. And then even during COVID, so... I will never play the Eldar, and I will never play Space Marines. I mean, I will be playing that game for sure. You know, I'm just going to hold my breath. I'm not really frothing at the mouth for it right now, but I really want to see how they kind of adopt 40k into the Total War formula, because it's something they've never done. Well, there's nothing, like, really wrong with the Space Marines, but they're just kind of boring for me. They're not really my favorite thing. As a kid, Space Marines were awesome. But I just don't have the same appeal with, like, Space Marines these days. Not anymore, unfortunately. That's what happens when you cut them. Well, Dawn of War 4 is like a traditional RTS, right? Total War is not really a traditional RTS. Total War is in its own field. It's more about massed infantry and just kind of positioning, whereas Dawn of War is certainly about base building and more tedious, like, micro. I mean, the game's going to be a big success. There's no reason to think it won't be. Again, I just want to see how they tackle it. Like, I'm very much aware of, like, the Dawn of War formula, because I've played all of them. And preferably this new one is not like Dawn of War 3, which they said it wasn't, but... yeah, for the sake of Total War, it's just going to be very odd. But in a good way, hopefully. Which I'm sure it will be. And that is the eternal money-making machine. Like, if you think Total War Warhammer, like, fantasy is a thing, and has made them money, you know, it's like, what happens if we take on the IP that actually made GW the most money? It's pretty insane. It is absolutely insane. Well, I mean, I'm not even like... I'd rather play Votann once they come out, because they will come out if the game's successful, which it probably will be. But, you know, Orcs and Guard on release are good enough for me. Again, I've played them growing up, so it's like a no-brainer. I think I'd probably still play Orcs, though. Predominantly. See, Iron Lung. I don't think they're even... Are they showing it in Canada? Because I looked it up. I don't think they are. When I looked at their website, they only wanted to show it in, like, the US. The closest being, like, New York. Because I'd love to... I would go see that movie. If it's available to watch. I don't think Tau would be one of the last. Dark Eldar for sure. Cults for sure. They'd probably do some sort of, like, technological... Well, I don't think they'd release 2 armies at once. It doesn't make sense. It's just way too much content, but... yeah. Dark Eldar for sure, and, like, Gene Stealer cults I could see coming in last. Even, like, the Votann. Yeah, even Votann could be there, for sure. And the cults are cool. The cults are always more of, like, in addition to Tyranids. Yeah, them being their own army is cool, but I kind of have the vibe of, like, Knights a little bit, but I'm glad they're there. They're kind of a thing, so... there's nothing wrong with them. That is an OG faction. And they used to ride around in limousines. Looking like the mob. The alien mob. Mute paint slow, buddy. Is it in Toronto? Where in Toronto? You hate Canada. So why are you coming here? Don't you live in France? Go eat your snails. Go suck down the snail poo. Our cuisine is so perfect. I cannot wait to suck down the snail shit. Yum. Listen, even we eat escargot. It just depends on where you go. Expedition 33 and snail poo-poo. I know France isn't all snails. Whenever you think of France, you do kind of think of snails a little bit. I'm not sure if I'd ever eat snails myself, but, you know. I'm sure they're lovely. I'm sure they rival the great McDonald's of the North. Oh. Dundas Theater? Well, it probably is downtown at some sort of smaller theater. I wouldn't suspect like a Canada-wide, you know, big release, but I would want to go see that movie. The game was good. A very interesting premise. My only gripe is, like, if you've played the game, don't you kind of know what's going to happen? It looks very faithful, which, you know, at that point it's like, well, if it looks faithful, is it really going to be as faithful in terms of the events of the game? Which maybe is the point anyways, right? So sometimes when you make a movie adaptation, you want to make it slightly different, but still keep it in the vein of, like, what made it so good to begin with. And there is kind of a, you know, it's a very linear string of events, and everyone knows what happens in the end if you've played Iron Lungs, so, like, who knows? This one's for the gamers. Poland. Favorite type of cuisine? I don't even know, man. Italian food, maybe? Italian food's usually good. I put stuff in the Discord. I'll check it out soon. Yeah, Italian food's, like, really, really good. It's one of the benefits of having an Italian girlfriend. I did see the announcement, yeah. Metroid, the new Metroid. Was that shown at the Game Awards? Was there a new Metroid? I can't remember. I don't think I've ever really been interested in Metroid outside of playing, like, Samus and Smash. Because she was like a bum, weird zoner thing. I don't really play Street Fighter 6 anymore now. I saw the game. I saw the movie trailer though. Well, I mean, it looks exactly like any sort of fighting game movie would. Like the MK movies are the same way. It'll be interesting, I think, to say the least. It's gonna be. I mean, they used to have a. They did at one point have a Street Fighter movie, which again was kind of goofy. Change the channel. It's hard to make something like that seriously when, we'll rather take it seriously when everyone's kind of just video gamey. Like the designs are quite bold. And usually it's just about everyone trying to take down Bison. No one really pays attention to the stories in fighting games, and I don't blame them. There's stories in fighting games, but, it'll be some sort of loose narrative. Bison's going to be the 1v9000. They'll probably have Zangief as some sort of, like, again, jobber enemy, hired out by Bison. Who knows? Even though Street Fighter 6, Zangief is more of a good guy. As he should be. Unless you want your very stereotypical, big, buff, burly, Russian muscle man. Just beating everything up for money. The Witcher 1 remake. Is that next year? Is that going to be with, well, didn't they want to do a remake of, like, the Lara Croft Tomb Raiders? Like, they're doing a remake of the first one and then coming out with, like, a brand new one the next year. Which, again, you know, companies have a lot of good stuff going on. They kind of just have to remaster it and bring it to, like, new audiences. Which is cool. You know, sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You have to go back to what you were known for and kind of just, like, you know, maybe bring that into the spotlight again with, like, better graphics, better gameplay. I think the best example of this was, like, what, Dead Space? Dead Space 1 getting a remaster was, like, insane. Yeah, we know. Resident Evil was a good one too, yeah. I mean, remakes, again, if it's done by the right people, the remakes can be better than the OG. Because they're still the OG, but just in a new light, right? Modern technology, modern stuff. Doesn't diminish the value of the OG, but, like, you know, some people want to see their games that they grew up with in, like, current graphics and current FPS. I can't blame them for that. Especially if it's, like, incredibly faithful. It's not like you want to remake the entire thing, but you just want to kind of modernize it without ruining it. Yo, yo. Oh, is it really the same people who did that? That's cool. Well, some people know how to do remakes. Again, you just have to be a fan of, like, the OG and then kind of understand what audiences want these days. But still being faithful to, like, what it was. Like, the very core of it. I don't even know what I'd want to see in today's times as, like, a remake, though. There's so many, like, good old games, but you really want the right studio to kind of, like, take it on instead of just botching it and then never seeing the IP again. It's not that you need things as remakes, but, like, again, it's just cool to see them kind of modernized. You know what'd be cool? Actually. Battle for Middle-earth update. Battle for Middle-earth remaster. I don't know who owns the rights to that, but, like, it's never going to be a thing. That'd be cool. Who wouldn't want a Lord of the Rings RTS game in today's times? Waifu, hello, sir. Is this still playable? On what, GOG? Where is that even available? Mods? CDs? Well, you can still play those games on old, like, PCs and stuff, but not everyone's gonna do that. I used to. I don't think I'd want to do it in today's times. It's just too much of an inconvenience, and you can't get multiplayer games, but pretty sure there's mods to kind of bring it to, like, audiences today with, like, private servers and stuff, but yeah, going back and having, like, 6-disc installs and cool for the time, but I don't want to do that again. That was not the most enjoyable thing to do. I'm not gonna lie. Crazy to think that, like, new PCs don't even have, like, disc trays anymore. You can still buy them as, like, external things, but there's just no reason to have them, unfortunately. Oh, does it work on... Does it really? It works on modern systems? That's cool. I guess all you need, then, is the disk drive, right? And you're set. I've just heard for some older games, they kind of have, like, problems with newer systems, but maybe not. Maybe not all of them. Rome Total War 1. 3 discs. Well, even when Total War Warhammer came out, it had discs. Oddly enough. It was so long ago, I can't even remember, like, how disc trays even worked half the time. Or even, like, putting in a disc in, like, a console. It's just so foreign to me now. Some things do come and go. I need to end up looking on Amazon for like external disk drive though. I think I still have like all of the Doctor Who's on DVD. I've got like the X-Files on DVD. You just can't find them online anymore. Mochi on the X-Files. Mad Bro, hello, sir. They're not the best. They are certainly not the best. Both of them do not feel good. It's not that, no. That I know for a fact is not the case. But whatever it is, it's pretty annoying. It is not fun to deal with, unfortunately. Ugh. Oh, fuck. I mean, probably. I mean, the best thing they showed at that event was Warhammer and then Divinity. But I still probably would have watched it, even though I knew, like, Obscure was gonna win. I would have liked to see Death Stranding take something, or have some sort of, like, music performance, but we got nothing. I feel like they didn't really honor that game at all. And I'm not saying, like, it deserved to win an award, but, like, the music alone, something. Some sort of performance. So who knows? I think it should have got something. Kojima was not having fun. At all. Yeah, DS not getting anything is pretty nuts. Total War 30K? You mean 40K, right? The, yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to do it either, because Total War doesn't really lend itself to what 40K is necessarily, but they said they were working on like a new engine and all these different things to make it possible, so there's no doubt in my mind that they'll make it amazing. Yeah, if the game sells really well, then you get more content. If it doesn't, it's going to be stuck at, like, you know, whatever they come out with, but I've never played Silk Song, so I can't say anything on it. Not yet, at least. What did Silk Song win? Melee unit with gold shields. I don't even know. It is going to be a balancing nightmare, but, like, Warhammer's never been fair. It doesn't need to be. Well, orcs are pretty melee-oriented, but not necessarily. Tyranids, for sure. Well, even Tyranids have a mix of shooting and range, but... Or shooting and melee, rather. Every army's got some sort of, like, melee units, but... Yeah, if you're gonna play orcs and shit, you're probably gonna want to run, like... boys and storm boys and stuff. Well, you're gonna be able to play all the Kroot and stuff like that. There's no reason you wouldn't. They're a very integral part of Tau. And then it'll be like, well, I can play the shooty Tau, or I could play the melee Tau, and it's coin flipping. Who knows? I think on the GW website, they've already started advertising, like, you know, these units are in Dawn of War, not Dawn of War. These units are in Total War Warhammer 40K, and it's like 16 of them or something. So they're getting people to buy minis. It's like, do you want to play the miniatures you've seen in the 20-second gameplay trailer of the alpha build? That's the goal, though. Sell the minis. Sell the game. Well, they won Best Independent. Tongue Punch, hello, sir. Well, apparently there's army painters, so it's like straight out of Dawn of War. Having Dawn of War and Total War at the same time is a bit of a strange, like, bet, but who knows? It's a very, very strange choice. They do look a little bit too similar. I agree. Yeah. They look very, very similar. One is more of a downscaled, the other one's an upscaled. Which Total War will always be upscaled because that's just what the engine is. It's meant to have, like, massive battles. What a very, very strange choice. And kind of releasing both of them around the same time, I'm assuming. Well, maybe not around the same time, to be honest. It's probably Dawn of War 4 first. And then Total War down the line. Which would make sense. But they do kind of butt heads. You know, I'm kind of glad one game won that we did play during the event, and it was the Midnight Walk. The Midnight Walk ended up winning, like, Best VR Game of the Year, which, the Midnight Walk is, like, an amazing game. It's a very, very wholesome, fun, and just really good-looking game. Well, Dawn of War 4 is going to be a traditional type of, like, you know, base building, classic RTS style of things. It's not going to be like Age of Empires or anything, but it'll just be Dawn of War. It'll be what people know from, like, the franchise. I just want to see the scope of, like, Total War. Because anything done by CA is pretty big. Well, we're talking Total War. Anything Total War. the scope of it's usually pretty big. It's like, why wouldn't 40K kind of suit what CA does with those games? But it's just not what they typically do, but we'll see. Like, you can't really have a rank and flank 40K game. It's not, like, the Orc Boys posture. They're into position. They're all lined up. The Knob Commissar is holding them back. They ready their shooters. They fire. They reload. At least they think they're reloading. So yeah, we'll see. I didn't know you had a secondary channel. We do, sir. We've had it for many a year. Well, if the Total War 40K game does well, you'll end up getting every race. There's no reason you wouldn't. A lot of that stuff is going to be a matter of time. Like, on launch, they've got fairly different armies, but yeah. Chaos is going to be its own thing, you know, Votan, Tau. There's so many 40K fans. That was Afterlife by Merciful Fate. There's a million ways to sell 40K. I want to hear the voice acting. I wonder if they're going to get back the old Dawn of War guys for the Guard, the Orcs, the Space Marines. Scott McNeil playing every Guardsman. Possibly. I don't know, though. But possibly. I mean, when you've got very iconic voice actors who, like, destroy certain roles completely, in a good way, I mean, Um, it's hard to kind of hear anyone else in the role. Like, for the sake of 40k, a lot of that comes from Dawn of War. So it's hard to envision, you know, orcs sounding a certain way, guards sounding a certain way, space marines sounding a certain way, unless it's them. And that's also kind of from a place of, like, nostalgia, though, but it would be cool to have them, you know, back to some degree in, like, later projects, if they were invited. It'd be cool. My back's getting better. It's mostly done, but I've got a lung issue now. I've got breathing, coughing, lung issues currently, which I know for a fact will start flaring up when I start to move. If anything tickles me, it's done. Health issues, man. We're all falling apart. We're all getting old. Old and moldy. Yeah, so I'm just trying to take it easy right now. I have no intention on doing anything but chilling. Blueprints. I've never heard of that game. Is it like an indie title? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've never heard that. I don't really know how the Game Awards work exactly in terms of voting. Like, what games even get nominated? Is it just all by fan vote? Like, I think I saw the website initially, but like, who decides what games are essentially voted for? I think is the idea. Copsa, hello, sir. I'm getting on. It's Friday, which means everyone should be chilling. Friday is a blessed great day. Mark Merrill choosing games, really? It's kind of strange. League lost to Counter-Strike? Is that how that worked? So they had to, like, pre-vote for games? Oh, no, wait, we already knew that. We knew that, because I saw a League there with Counter-Strike, but I was talking about how did they even figure out which games deserve to be at the award show anyways? That's what I'm trying to say. Is it just some sort of, like, shadow collective? The shadow collective. Oh, sales and impact? Maybe. Yeah, I play tabletop. As of right now, I don't play any tabletop, but I'm going to get back into it. But I've done 40k, AOS, Fantasy, Blood Bowl, the Gambit. I have ran the Gambit. No, this is Dwarf Crew. War Machine Crew. It's like organ guns. The Gambit. Well, the Gauntlet, the Gambit, just done it all. Well, when it comes to, and people can give you shit for not painting your army, but, like, not everyone has that time or dedication. Some people think they'll ruin their army if they paint poorly, but yeah, it's a reasonable fear. It's a very rational thing to think. The easiest way to look at it is there will always be more miniatures out there in the world, and unless it's exceedingly rare, I don't think it's such a bad idea. Like, having them painted is infinitely better than not, so... That guy hasn't been part of the narrative since, like, 6th edition. He's not really... No, he's nobody. The new one is just a generic Lord on shield bearers. Well, the new kit isn't even him, though, right? Like, there's a lot of dwarf characters over the years who have had minis, but now don't really have rules. There's a fair few, but... You know, they could have done any dwarf lord from any hold. They just wanted to go with Karakern and then Ulrichsen. Or Ranulfson, I should say. I think the worst thing is when they take minis and make them into generic characters. That, to me, is a bit sacrilegious, but, like... That did happen to Ranulfson, actually. He was kind of your stock standard Lord on Shield Bearers for, like, 2 editions. Pretty much the end of Fantasy, period. But Old Fantasy always had kind of, like, make your own profiles. Sometimes you'd have characters that just don't have minis, and you'd have to kind of, like, create them. Or for the sake of, like, you know, Oath Stones and shit like that, they just never really sold any. Unless you had, like, the unreleased sprue, or you had, you know, certain conversion bits to work with, which people did all the time. These days, though, for Games Workshop, a lot of it is kind of... For the sake of 40k and Age of Sigmar, all of it's just like, you need a miniature. You need to have the mini. Old World is not the case, though, because Old World has profiles that have no minis. Which is very fantasy. It's just water on the toothbrush, yeah. One more body. Too many crewmen. They don't do anything. They're set dressing. They don't matter. They're wound counters. Well, you can pull those off of the High Elf Prince, I believe, which is a more obtainable option. I think that's like the best option plastic-wise, to be honest. Or you can buy the old mini, which he's cool, but you know, if you want to use him in... Well, technically, you don't have to modify any mini to use them, but, you know, if you wanted 3 shield bearers instead of 2, you could probably add 1. The sky is the limit. Yeah, the high elf general kit has a winged helmet that you can use. It's like the 7th edition command kit. I don't think I'd give... I feel like it's hard to kind of distinguish kings and thanes. Like, obviously the king should be festooned with more than a thane, but, you know, for the sake of Total War, they gave him, like, the little eagle helmet and a big cape. The king is just kind of with horns, but he kind of looks the same. Yeah. Well, the sculpts are a little bit... Like, the sculpts are amazing. The 7th edition ones that were used until, like, you know, the end of Fantasy, but... Sometimes it's just... It was hard, like, because Games Workshop labeled them as kings, but I always view them as thanes. I would say the new Shield Bearers kit probably has the most kingly looking thing, like, king out there. Like a big flowing cape, he's got gems. Dude's got, like, massive horns. He's carried around by 3 shield bearers. He looks like a king. You know, give him, like, rings all over his fingers. Give him some gold chain. Some, like, swanky ancestor face armor. They were a little bit tame back in the day, but the sculpts are amazing. I always view them as thanes, even though they're called kings, but... Oh, Yeah, who knows, though. Maybe one day we'll get more sculpts for Thanes, or Kings, or Thorgrim. I don't know. Something. Other fantasy races need it first, though. The dwarves have gotten all they need for now. They still got to reintroduce the other races into the fold. Because if you're basing an entire universe off a video game from, like, you know, the resurgence of the fandom, you probably want to give the people what they want, and what the people want are Skaven, Dark Elves, Ogres, everything. You know, if you've got this big, massive game that's just popping the fuck off with new people, and everyone's like, man, I love the Skaven. And they're like, wait, where are the Skaven? I can't even play Skaven? In due time. In due time. Dwarves and Grand Cathay versus Orcs. Are you fighting Dwarves and Grand Cathay? Have fun with Grand Cathay. I don't really know what's going on with those guys, but those balloons and those cannons are dirty. That is a match made in hell. I can't wait. Who knows what they're gonna play? That could be cool, though. I've got the Orc Arcane Journal, but I just have no willpower to even, like, try them. I used to play them, but yeah, one thing at a time. Well, ideally, every faction gets re-released for the old world, and then they're going to come out with, like, the coast and everything. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's fun. Regardless of what people pick, either way, it's fun to roll dice. You know, if you're going to metagame and take blimps and cannons and stuff like that and just kind of, like, sit around the board edge, maybe it's not so fun, but it's cool. Play the way you want to play. Skaven. I mean, a lot of people like Skaven. It's a no-brainer to bring them back. In some capacity. I think most of their range, didn't it get updated for AOS? Do they still sell fantasy minis in AOS for, like, Skaven? They probably do, right? Like the Screaming Bell and stuff like that? They still sell, what, Thanquil? I think they still sell the Storm Vermin. The Storm Fiends, I think. It's probably why they're not really wanting to put them in immediately, despite them not really being so much in the narrative. The number one thing you have to do right now, because the old world is back, is sell two very distinct but very similar ranges that do not have crossovers. Like, you want Age of Sigmar to be its own thing, and you want Fantasy to be its own thing. It's supposed to show that progression of what once was to where it is now. And for me, you definitely want that showcased in the minis, so you don't really want the same thing. It's like, you know, you have, like, what, 4 different versions of Clan Rats over the years, maybe even more. So them in Age of Sigmar, that's the new sculpts, and then you can bring back like the 6th edition, the 7th edition stuff. Did they come out in 8th? I can't remember. Skaven had a refresh in 6th, and then after that, I think it was like 7 or 8, where they became a little bit more dialed in, instead of like the He-Man rats. Yeah, you don't really want, you just don't want them crossing over. T10 King. You typically don't go near that with anything but shooting. Unless you've got some heavy hitting units, good luck. But again, it's a matter of selling the minis, because you can't technically buy Skaven or play Skaven. Well, you can play Skaven. Can you not play like Dark Elves and all that stuff too with like the legacy lists? If I'm not mistaken. Either way, it should be cool. I'm in no rush. I ended up getting most of what I wanted. Maybe later, I'm not sure. I got most of what I wanted. I'd like to get, like, the 6th edition sculpts back, but... yeah. They're even more made to orders. Give me some MTOs. I haven't played Night Rain, no. Well, people would want 6th edition stuff for sure. I would want the 6th edition gyros. I actually don't think I'd use the Longbeards or even like the Ironbreakers. I do like the sculpts, but I do also like the 8th edition ones, but... yeah, you can... there's a million options out there. You know, back in the day when GW sold you individual bits, that was awesome. But that is a long ways away at this point. We are well done. This is Old World, yeah. 2,000 points of Expeditionary Force. The visuals? Oh, Night Rain? Well, Night Rain is just like a middle ground between like big titles, right? My girlfriend liked that game. I never really got into it, but Elden Ring is an amazing game. Elden Ring is like the best FromSoft game, period. It's just the culmination of everything else they've done. Like writing-wise, gameplay-wise, it's like the amalgamation of everything. Well, fantasy has been dead for a long time. I ended up selling my armies way back when, through like early-ish Age of Sigmar. So this is just like a brand new, fresh army. Which, you know, building a 2,000 point army out of the gate is kind of tedious, but it'll be satisfying once we're along the way. You know, as long as you do something daily or something every few days, you're technically kind of, you know, getting there. But the process of building an army is great. I don't mind it, and I could kind of sit here and scrape things all day, but, you know, ideally you just kind of start with smaller goals and not do like 2,000 points all at once, but I've made so many Warhammer armies, 2,000 points is kind of like the standard. At least for my brain. You could do Spearhead. Yeah, a lot of people who do leagues end up with like Spearhead stuff and then end up adding like 1 or 2 units periodically. That's kind of the norm, yeah, for some people. Glasses, yes sir. It's just once you know the game, it's just kind of like, just build everything. This list is going to have to be changed quite a bit because there's no way this shit's good. There's no way an organ gun, let alone 2 of them in a list, is like the most competent thing, but I'm not really playing to win any awards. I just kind of want to throw some black powder on the table and be like, let's do it. So just roll with it, man. Yes, sir. We've got dwarves, the Dowie, Grimnir's finest. Aye. The shorts. Metacloser. We're good. We're tired, but we're good. Tired and unwell. But it is Friday, and Fridays are meant to be good, so. 15 long beards. Or a long beard unit 50 minutes ago. That's cool. You should post it in the Discord. If anyone has stuff to share, we do have a Discord. Dwarves are always a welcome sight. Especially those with long beards. Fall asleep like a truck. Yeah, I'm pretty ill these last few days. It'll be both. I haven't played in tournaments in a long time, so I don't really mind getting back into that, but you have to kind of crunch. You gotta crunch your list a little bit for sure, but I'm more inclined to just be casual as of right now. And again, I haven't even finished the army, so when everything gets back to normal, and we can actively play games, that'd be great. Back problems are good. Now I've got lung problems, which right now they actually don't feel so bad, but for the last, like, few days, I'd basically cough myself to sleep. So, there's some sort of infection, there's something going on, but I'm not sure. The lungs. No, it's still there. It's certainly persisting, but yeah, it's not fun. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's life, you know. It's one thing at a time. Greetings from Finland. I see you, sir. Are those the Longbeards? The long-bearded warriors. Yeah, the Dwarf Warrior kit's awesome. That was just like the 7th edition. Well, not really, because you could actually still buy Longbeards, I believe, at the time, but when that kit came out, they were like, you can make warriors, you can make great weapon warriors, and you can make Longbeards. It's like, cool. That was like the general thing for that time with like all the multi-part plastic kits. You could just kind of create a bunch of things. The old multi-part ones. Yeah, that's the these guys, the 6th edition. These dudes. These ones are cool. They look like little He-Men. Yes, Nightmare. I'm good, man. We are good, sir. No, those are just sprues from like the old. I've got a bunch of the 6th edition stuff. I don't have 6th edition Longbeards, Ironbreakers, or Hammerers, or even Miners. I don't really. I had them at one point, but I don't really want them right now. But I've got like the Warriors. I got Ranulfson. I've got the Gyrocopters, which are like the 6th edition Gyrocopters are some of the coolest fucking things. Like, they're just straight up completely different from like 8th edition gyros. Like, the pilot's not my favorite thing, and the gun's a bit, you know, fire trucky. but this gyrocopter is like one of the coolest things. It is so different. It's big as fuck too. Yeah, those are fun. Ugh. The Old World is GW's best game objectively. Well, the Old World is the GOAT. Unkillable King Anvil. Yeah, I mean, it's more of an elite army. For sure. Very expensive things. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever really want to play Royal Clans. That's just not my style, but people do play them. And if you're going to have a list with like any sort of decked out king, it's probably going to be that one. The only weird thing they didn't do is bring out a dwarf BSB. Like, they never brought it back, which is kind of a very strange thing. because they've had BSB minis in the past, but like there's no BSB mini available currently. And I think every army at least has some sort of like extravagant looking banner. Like you'd really suspect it to be kind of like in the King kit, but it's just not. Take a small break from 7th until Old World. 8th edition was cool for dwarves. Shooting was just like satanic. But, you know, a bunch of new sculpts. The end times. Fun times. But there is no better time to be into it. Old World is the greatest thing to ever have happened to fantasy. It is straight up a blast from the past. But the most interesting thing, though, is how many people who have played Total War who have never played tabletop actually got converted to go play tabletop. Because as much as I want to say, well, for the most part, you know, the Old World being back is because of Total War, but like, what are the sales like based on that? Because the Marauders ended up selling out pretty quickly, which is a very good indication. But also they can be kind of used in like AOS and fantasy. So maybe it's more of a safe bet that they did that, so you can use them as like Dark Oath or regular Chaos Marauders. Total War did help a lot. No, yeah, for sure. I mean, there are people who ended up getting into it at the time, but, you know, again, it's such a different thing. You know, if you play RTS games, you're probably inclined to play miniature games, you know. That's just kind of in the vein of what you like, but it's a different beast, for sure. Oh, yeah, completely. It's, I mean, when it comes to Warhammer, though, usually friend groups are kind of the best way to entice people into getting into it, because if you've got one person who does it, it's kind of an easy sell. It's like, hey, go play Warhammer with me, right? Yeah, for sure. At least it's an easy sell verbally. Wallet-wise, good luck. Bit of a tough sell. This is just cannon crew. Yeah, these are for organ guns. 2 organ guns, 2 cannons. So we got to do 12 crew. Which, I mean, 2 organ guns is kind of egregious, but we'll see how it plays. That's a lot of artillery dice. Yeah, see, these are just the plastic kits. Oh, it is. It's responsible for sure. I mean, that was really the only way to kind of gauge, you know, people's interest in fantasy, anyways. Because Total War was the only thing we had during Age of Sigmar. Through old metal cannons, organ gun, flame cannon. Those are cool too. I actually sold some of those a little while ago, but it was a weird time for like the design of the dwarves, where a lot of their stuff was still kind of wood. It was made of wood and steel, which these days everything is just steel. So they're pretty cool. Like 6th edition, I started in 7th and I played through like 8th into the end times, but 6th edition stuff is like really interesting. Because they would keep some of it. Like, they ended up keeping the flame cannon, which has, like, very strange wooden wheels, like the very typical standard, like, chariot wheels that are just thrown on most things. Grudge throwers are good, yeah. Grudge throwers are really good. I wish bolt throwers were good. Bolt throwers are cool. But, like, the biggest problem right now is just you don't have any ballistic skill above, like, what, 3 for war machines? You get, like, engineers rerolling 1s, but you just have 3s, typically. Well, ballistic skill 3. It is pretty shit, yeah. Like, engineers don't really engineer like they used to. But that's fine. I mean, the premier shooting army is like Cathay. 2 rounds of shooting with, like, the ogre... I forgot what he was, like the powder guy, the ogre... powder monkey, powder ogre. Cannons, being quite egregious, just like... Cathay kind of runs the shooting game right now, a little bit. The balloons. Yeah, greenskin bolt throwers. Well, they're operated by goblins, which typically are better at shooting. Yeah, but, like, a dwarf is going to be better than a goblin at shooting, let's get real. Like, at least allow war machines to be buffed if there's an engineer, and we're talking ballistic skill-wise. Right? Like, that's the reason organ guns are so, like, jank. It's like BS3 shooting, rerolling 1s, you know, 2 artillery dice. It's like, okay. Like, just go for the stone throwers, go for the grudge throwers. They're just as good. Well, goblins were never... it's just... You want... Dwarves are known for their shooting. They're known for their big shield walls and gun lines. Like, they gotta be good doing one of those 2 things. Not to mention, greenskins typically are just whipped into shape by, like, the, I forgot what they're called. They're in the, when it comes to, like, greenskin war machines, they're typically just goblins. In 40k, they're called runt herds, but I don't really know what they're called in fantasy. It's been a while. But, like, you know, I don't know if being whipped into shape is a little bit better than having, like, a trained, you know, veteran who probably did make the damn thing to begin with. Yeah, who knows? I built this bolt thrower. I don't know how to use it. Shoot it for me. I've never shot a damn bolt thrower before, and neither have I. I just built it. BS3. Yeah, Rangers are really good. It's just Rangers don't really have, the biggest issue, it's not really a big problem for fantasy, because a lot of the old heads kind of just know the game. Not the game itself, but more of like how to convert things and, you know, build certain units that don't have like actual minis. But I think for the sake of Games Workshop, if you're going to have, you know, units in a book be advertised, and hey, you can play Rangers, or hey, you can play Thorgrim on foot, and there's no like direct miniature for it, I'm sure it's a bit odd for new players, but like, again, the old heads kind of know what to do. But there should be Rangers at least coming out one day in plastic, which would make complete sense. Because if you're going to have one unit in that book that is like absolutely good, that people do enjoy, it's Rangers. Like in every list, Rangers are almost like mandatory. Complete Command. Yeah, those are cool. The old, were those pre-Slaughter? You're talking about like the really, really old ones. Because I know they've had, I don't think I've ever really been a fan of most of the Ranger sculpts. The ones they introduced in like, what, 4th or 5th edition with like Bugman, those were interesting, but a little bit too monotonous. You know, it's not like dwarves are gonna show much life to begin with anyways, but you know, Rangers are a little bit more dynamic, would say, with how they go about scouting and stuff like that, which would be cool to see in minis. But the hobby's always just about what you like seeing, and that's what matters most. Plastic Rangers and Plastic Slayers are like wish list for sure. And yeah, if you want to show your Rangers and stuff, man, again, post them in the Discord. Yo, I gotta trim 18 points. That's usually a problem. There's a lot of minutia in fantasy. You really wouldn't think 18 points is so much, but it really is. Could be a banner, could be a few new units. Could be like a very much needed upgrade for a lord or something. Could be new weapons. That was always the issue of fantasy. Not in a bad way, but like, well, not a few units, I mean a few models for a unit. But, yeah. Oh, those ones. Are those pre-slaughter? Those are that's the Bugman's Rangers. Yeah. Were those the first? Those might be the second rendition of them. I think there was one before that. That might be the pre-slaughter ones. The good old minis. Character in a unit with a shield. The character also needs a shield. Typically, most things in this... most things currently, I mean, you just throw a shield on everyone. It's like, do you have dwarf warriors with great weapons? Shields. Do you have a gun thane? Shield. Do you have any dwarven infantry? Shield. Rangers? Shield. Yeah. Like, maybe not always, but... we need more shields. Oof. I just hope one day GW allows us to buy said shields from different eras. That'd be cool. I long for the bit store to be back from GW. That was like one of the coolest things they've ever done. How fucking awesome would that be? If they're able to cast up any era of bit. It'd be so cool. Bit of a pipe dream, but the Fireball thing is good, yeah. I feel like for most lists, he's kind of like a no-brainer. He's like 136 points or something. Yeah, he's just a walking war machine. That's really all he is. He is a walking war machine. Festooned with bullshit shooting. It's the gun thane with the exploding shots that do multiple wounds. It's like, what? Rune of accuracy, rune of, like, bursting flame, and then rune of, thing. Yeah. It's the triple rune combo. Bro thinks he's some sort of, like, master engineer. He's just a thane with, like, a very good gun. Yeah, well, I mean, bits have always been... There's a lot of bit sellers online, but there's a lot of really old good bits that you just cannot get anymore. Like, these larger Empire shields, I think from, like, what? I want to say 6th edition, maybe? Even the OG, I think, was from Marauder. Or, like, Dark Elves, actually. Where there was no emblem. But, yeah, any sort of old bit is just, you know, there's so much flavor. So many different things you can do with it, but it does kind of suck. You're pretty limited to, like, what you get in the kit. It's like, I'd like to see more Dwarven shields. I'd like, you know, different weapons, stuff like that. Again, any sort of made-to-order system where you'd be able to go back and get, like, certain weapons that you'd want would be so cool. Like the good old days. There used to be so many articles in White Dwarf about converting, like, oath stones and different things, like weird ogre mercenaries that were, like, Engineers Guild contraptions that had, like, a fucking what was it? A can arm with, like, a big chainsaw. Just a lot of, like, really weird things, but it was very fun, very flavorful, very, like, old Games Workshop, you know, kind of, like, create your own thing to enjoy. Yeah, those were cool. Again, these days it's more of like, if we sell it, you can buy it, but if you can't, you'd probably have to make it, but it's just in fantasy. It's in the game that most of that shit came from to begin with, so. Old vampire helmets. You were able to, at one point, you could buy torsos, you could buy arms. You could buy 50 oath stones. Or maybe not oath stones, I never had an oath stone bit outside of 2 different ones, but, you know, it was a cool time to kind of look at a catalog and be like, man, I want to make something out of this. You know, buy a bunch of torsos, cut their heads off, take their helmets, whatever it may be. Like, Warhammer is a very personal hobby. A lot of people enjoy the lore. A lot of people enjoy the kit bashing and, you know, creating things that no one else is doing. So if you could kind of bring back that level of, like, creativity, that would be super fun. No one would be against that. But that's quite insane. That would be very, very insane. You could green stuff mold them. Yeah, you could press them. That's a thing that you could do. People have done that. I know people do green stuff molds of, like, certain things they've made, or I've seen a guy use them for casualties on a base. It's an option. You just got to make sure it comes out, you know, well. Uh, Ironbreaker bodies with green stuff milliput to make both. Yeah, see, that's such an interesting thing, because, like, You wonder how expensive kits would be if you didn't have 2 times the parts, but you could only make 1 unit. Because technically, when you buy a cannon, when you buy iron breakers, when you buy hammerers, when you buy any sort of dual kit, you end up with so many extra parts. And it's a matter of, would they actually be cheaper if they didn't sell you those things? But also, you know, how do you crunch that out of a box? Because you're really left with a lot of shit you'll never use. It's a smart move. I've seen people print, like, proxy bodies and then glue them on, because you technically do have twice as many units in a box of, like, you know, standard breakers, standard hammerers. It's not a bad move. You do save some money, and you get, like, everything out of your kit. Yeah, blue stuff is cool. That is certainly something I think a lot of people use. Or should use, I should say. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with, like, cloning parts for your own hobby and then using them on bases and stuff like that. I was looking in there, I just don't think I saw anything from you. Oh, now there is something from you. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, the basing work is always fun. You can't go wrong with greenskins and mushrooms on the base. That's like a very green skin thing. Split object effect. Are you trying to do, like, object source lighting on the shrooms? Is that what you're trying to do? Like glowing mushrooms? No, you're good, sir. Oh, it's not. Second attempt at split object effect. What do you mean split object effect? Oh, you're talking about the log severed in half, and then you're having it be connected to both bases. Like a diorama. Yeah, I see it now. That's cool. Well, you know, typically when you're doing, yeah, it's like a very fantasy thing anyways, right? Like, people always have built dioramas for, like, you know, rank and flank games where everyone typically will be in line together and in a specific order so they all fit. That's cool. Basing is half the battle. It's one thing to have a really cool mini, but the bases also do a pretty good job at selling, you know, what's really going on. Robia's fate, that is me, sir. Yeah, it looks good. Fantasy is always fun to see. Anything old world is, like, my favorite. I see the engineer too, that's cool. Is that just like your standard engineer that you're doing for your army? With, like, the grudge raker? It's Mr. Burlickson. Mr. Grim Burlickson. That guy's huge. Yeah, converting is like one of the most fulfilling things to do in the hobby. Just making your own bases, your own minis. I don't mind stock standard building of kits, but like usually for the sake of storytelling or any sort of cool narrative you want to do, it's fun to kind of just like throw your own ideas into the minis. It is very fun. Mm. Which I'm sure everyone at some point has converted something. At some point. It's just the nature of the hobby. It doesn't need to be like any insane conversion, but just like an alteration of some kind. Yeah. You know, the problem with the current GW stuff is that they're all very kind of set and forget. You know, there's not much posing. A lot of it's very, what would you call it? Monopose? Cream, hello, sir. But, you know, you can chop things up and finagle them enough to kind of make them look real. Make them look good. Hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I always thought that when you have monopos, you at least buy them once, and then if you ever purchase them again, you kind of like finagle them enough to be different. Yeah, for sure. And again, it's not that everyone in the hobby is going to convert and stuff like that. Some people have no interest in like the miniature aspect, but they like playing games, which is valid for sure. Just whatever you want to do with your hobby. There's a million ways to do it, and whatever way you do it is the right way. Whatever works for you. Yeah, I need this. Where's this guy? Okay. I think in a perfect world, every mini would be converted in my eyes. At least for my army. Which I think for the most part I'm going to try and do to a degree. But that's quite the Herculean task. Converting every mini is not is not for the sound of mind. But you definitely don't have to rush through anything. You certainly do not. Music good. I'll keep it low enough. It's good to at least have something on, so I can't hear my own thoughts. The audio mixing for stream is just so weird though, because like it'll always be louder on my end than your end. It's fucking loud as hell right now for me, but I think for the stream it's pretty low. I can't think. I'm gonna crash out. No, yeah, completely. My voice is louder compared to the music. Yeah. As it should be. Swamp effect. That could be cool. Vertical edge on the rim. People usually tape them off with like plastic. Or maybe they sometimes use tape, I'm not sure. I would Google that, or maybe, yeah, tape was something that I've heard as well. Anything to kind of keep it in shape, because the problem is sometimes it'll... Well, it's not that you can't shave it down once it's done, and depending on how good you want it to look, I mean, you know, some people will kind of taper off the edges and clean up things with sandpaper, but yeah, maybe some sort of like plastic tape is good. Anything that's not going to suck up the resin. Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, if you've got trolls, I mean, why not put them in some resin? Some troll filth. There's a lot of channels who do, like, resin pour stuff, because they do dioramas. Those are pretty good, too, for, like, learning any sort of, techniques. Shit. It's gonna get loud in 1 second, sorry. I gotta vacuum. I mean, you can't go wrong with a vacuum. This hobby will always have you buying shit that you thought you didn't need, but, like, a handheld vacuum is probably one of the most useful tools. Because this shit gets messy. And it gets all over the place. And I've only recently taken, like, what I ended up doing was, I built a box. So I'm now only scraping plastic in this box, which means all the plastic particles should stay in it predominantly. You know, I've had a few here and stuff like that, but, you know, instead of having it on my cutting mat and just fucking flying everywhere, I can kind of just take all the pieces out and then dump it. Which to me is great, because, like, less cleanup. Which is always a good thing. Old minis, yeah, you get a lot of shit everywhere. You scrape away like half the damn mini to begin with. Like, you have to remake them. With how bad the mold lines are. Yeah, but, it's just another process with the hobby. It's like, not everyone's gonna do every mold line, but if you decide to, there's a lot of, like, shit everywhere. Oh, yeah. Well, I do the same thing. I don't necessarily putty everything, though. Like, I think at one point I was doing torsos and, you know, very minor gaps, but it's cool to be a completionist, but to the point of obsession is also a problem, and I find myself kind of in that category sometimes. You just kind of need to know when you're done. Like, I don't really mind sitting here scraping mold lines for, like, weeks on end, if I know that by the time I glue everything, there'll be none. And then that's one stage completely finished, but it certainly takes a while. And even if you are thorough, you'll still probably find one when you're painting. That's usually how it goes. Nothing's ever perfect. But most of these issues typically come from, like, the older minis anyways. You won't have mold slips or egregious mold lines with, like, the new stuff. I mean, I've probably got 20 more things to do with this army. It's not like 20 pieces, but, like, a few hundred. So I still have to make like 4 gyrocopters, if not maybe 6, which are probably the most egregious of like anything to build in the dwarf army. So like the infantry is super easy. The infantry is like the breath of fresh air. Convenient mold lines, easy sculpts to kind of work with. You know, the parts aren't so hard to put together. So I think once I'm done doing the crew of like 2 more war machines, I'll probably work on gyros. Yeah, some people do. That's fine. Whoever wants to do the hobby their own way, that's totally valid. 2-part models. The older starter set stuff. Sometimes, yeah, those can be pretty bad. Like the, God, Skull Pass has a few of those. Technically most fantasy editions, come to think of it, had like very, very thick monopose. Like, I think the 5th edition one or the 6th edition one had like the orcs and the Empire, where you had like dual Choppa boys kind of like throwing their arms around. Yeah, it's quite a bit, but stuff like that is really easy. It isn't really hidden. It's not too egregious. It's all very upfront. There's not much detailing compared to like actual kits, because starter sets are usually a little bit more laxed and stuff like that. Yeah, it's easy though. It's fun. Well, I say it's fun. I'll say it's consistent. Building and cleaning miniatures is probably the most like easy to get on with type of thing. You know, painting is pretty easy in terms of like just sitting down and throwing colors on a mini, but you know, you can sit here and just scrape plastic and it's like the same experience every time. It's not like you're learning anything new, usually. But it's like a mandatory step. You know, you have to build the minis. To the degree in which some people do it, maybe not so much, but yeah. You know what? I mean, some people, I don't blame someone for doing that. You've only got so much time in your day. You're only going to live once. Fuck it. Just ball. I respect that tenfold. Not everyone's a diehard mold line scraper. Fuck it, we ball. Yeah, well, absolutely. I don't think everyone... Not everyone's gonna love scraping minis and gluing things and posing stuff, but for me, that's like some of the best stuff. Although technically I like everything in the hobby. I don't mind building, painting, converting, gluing, puttying. I've enjoyed all this stuff forever, so it's not that bad, but yeah, I don't suspect everyone's going to be that way. Building or painting? No, that's fair. Yeah, not everyone's going to be that way. I mean, I grew up in sort of an artistic environment, so I do enjoy this stuff, but, you know, yeah, it's quite the process with, like, making things and painting things, and it's its own beast. It's its own hobby, right? Building miniatures, painting miniatures, playing, it's just multiple hobbies in one. But I would agree that it's always better to play with something painted than not. Like, 100%. Yeah, for sure. And even then, you know, with the whole contrast paint, slap chop, you know, there's a bunch of, like, techniques that have been brought to YouTube and to the masses that kind of help them along their way with getting stuff done. Not everyone's going to be like, man, I would base coat, fucking wash, layer, highlights, mixing of paints. Speed paints? No, yeah, completely. That's great. No, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like the older you get, the less time you have, and you know, you just want to have fun. You know, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters, man. You know, you could go into a competition and be like, okay, well, other people have to be happy now with what I'm doing, but you just got to enjoy the hobby at your own pace and do what's right for you. Yeah. It's good that that stuff exists, though, because it's for that reason, right? It's not like an armada of hobbyists who are like, man, I can't wait to spend 3 years scraping mold lines, and then 300 days doing layering on, like, a dwarven beard. I like unit fillers. I used to use them. I had a bunch of little fight scenes and beer carts and all these other weird things going on in units. It's a very traditional Warhammer Fantasy thing, for sure. My current venture is trying to find 75 mil. It's not like army fillers, but it's more of like bigger bases for dioramas for like the artillery. But I mean, even in the rulebook, they explicitly say like you should be doing unit fillers, you should be having fun. They've come out with articles and stuff like that that are akin to like, you know, the old days of fantasy where the hobbyist is in charge. There's nothing wrong with them. You know, it isn't so much about building an army that's meant for the tabletop in terms of just gaming. It's also like artistic expression, you know, and if both sides are cool with it, whereas unit fillers are a little bit less, let's just say, egregious than something like an artillery diorama, because that's technically changing the base size. Not always, but, you know, you just want things to look cooler. But, yeah, no one's really gonna complain, no. 5,000 points of dwarves. Jesus. Bro's got like 2 kings kitted out with every rune. That's cool. 40k in AOS side projects. Well, I'll say this. If you wait until next year, you're going to be getting some classic dwarves in Age of Sigmar. which should be really damn cool. We're supposed to be getting dwarves, preferably led by what? Grungni and Valaya, maybe? If my memory serves correct. Even Gazul is supposed to be back with the new Chaos Dwarf book. AliExpress has some cheap 75 by 50. I need 75 by 75. That's kind of what I wanted to try, but the one thing I've always hated is kind of how artillery is just kind of meant to be a diorama, but it's not, you know? Like, what's the point of including... Like, what's the point of including some of the coolest bits in the Dwarven army to begin with if you can't even put them on the base? Like, there's a Dwarven wheelbarrow, there's like a fucking telescope, you've got spades, just like so many cool things. Rows of shot, like just, it's great. Cannon shells. It's a bit lame. Half of those bits don't really go anywhere. At least for the artillery. Spearheads, yeah, a lot of people get into Spearhead for how quick and easy it is. It's a lot less of a commitment than like a 2,000 point army. Because I was doing, the last thing I worked on for Age of Sigmar was a Caradron converted Engineers Guild expeditionary force for like Spearhead. I never finished it because I kind of like stopped doing Warhammer for a year. But it was like the Caradron guys bashed with Dwarf Warriors to look more of like an expeditionary force, so like tons of baggage. I gave them the Aethermatic pistols. I gave them like the boarding hatchets and stuff like that from like the Caradron kit. So that was fun. I probably would have finished it, but yeah. This was fun. I pretty much hacked up like a lot of things. They're just festooned with so many random things. Blasting charges, chisels, cartridges for the pistols, different gauges, yeah. Never finished it, though. I was working on, I think, Gatling guns at the time, which never really got anywhere. Yeah, this guy had like some sort of eye patch that I sculpted in, just different detailings. Subtle sculpting. Yeah, I didn't do too much with these guys. It's just more of like gap filling and smoothing out. But it was fun for what it was. It was a cool idea. Baker's boot camping. Good luck with that, sir. Baker needs to retire. He's won every world champion. He's done. He can settle. He's finished. Yeah, there's a lot of fun things you could do, though. I was going to turn the Caradron ship into, just a typical, like, dwarven airship with, like, the gas bag and everything. Craziest sculpt I've done. think back in the day, I ended up doing like a mushroom giant for like my Night Goblin army / like Greenskin army. I think I was also working on for like Age of Sigmar 2nd edition. I was trying to do some big dwarven anvil tank for like the Celestial Hurricanum. That would have been cool. Never got it done, but yeah, it's I don't really have to do that stuff anymore because like Old World's back. The Old World is back, and I don't have to make my own shit anymore. Although, again, it's cool to kind of... I think for the sake of, like, Age of Sigmar, when Fantasy died and I sold my armies, I tried to get back into it and, like, recreate what I had in Fantasy. So a lot of my Age of Sigmar stuff was just kind of Fantasy. When it first came out, it was, you know, take Thorgrim, take your hammers, take your warriors. You can play them in Age of Sigmar. And then slowly over time they got fleshed out, and, you know, all of the fantasy stuff either got canned or some of it stayed around for the sake of, like, the Cities of Sigmar. They kept the named characters as no names. They kept, like, the Gyrocopter, the Gyro Bomber. They kept the Iron Breakers. They kept all the new sculpts, but then they phased out all the old ones and just stopped selling them. And now with, like, again, the Old World back, I don't have to go do that anymore. I can kind of just play fantasy again, so I don't have to bring in, you know, fantasy miniatures for, like, Age of Sigmar. New Marauders. No, those look really good. The new Marauders are, like, top tier. And I was thinking about it, too. I'm like, they probably sold out not only because of the Old World, but, like, Age of Sigmar. 40 of the new ones. Iron Breakers. Sold my orcs for 600. Oh, the old Marauders. I like those. I've got PTSD because my buddy used to play Chaos, and he'd always play Wolfric, and he'd bring them on the board edge with, like, just a big unit of Marauders, and I'd be like, fuck, we gotta take care of these dickheads now. So I'm well versed in the Marauder gang. The new ones look great, though. Yes. I mean, you know what? We all do stupid things sometimes and end up selling our armies. That's like one of the things I do regret. I sold so many metals. I sold tons of plastics. I sold a bunch of books. Like, it was a weird time. I kept a bunch of stuff too. A lot of stuff just sat in a bin and I just forgot about it for a bit. But, you know, you're selling memories. And the older you get, the more you want those memories. Yeah, you're a good man. Peace, buddy. Take it easy. Too much detail like the Death Guard. I'll say this. I like the new Marauders, but I still really like the old ones because I grew up with the old ones. It's the same thing with, like, I'll never be over the standard Dwarf Thunderer or, like, the Dwarf Warriors of this era. Like, this is what I grew up with. Warhammer Fantasy sculpts have always been kind of chill. Big, flat surfaces, not too much detail. Everything is pretty stock standard. What you see is what you get. Some of the new stuff can be a little bit, you know, steep in terms of, yeah, being festooned with, like, a million different details, but they're still a good rendition. They're a modern, good rendition of, like, what Marauders would look like. Yeah, I did. I didn't go get my lungs checked out, though. Which which is going to be next week. But I would agree that some things are maybe a little bit too detailed, for sure. But it's all personal taste. Because, like, everyone has their era. Everyone has their own personal interest in, like, sculpts. And, you know, when I grew up, this was my thing back in the day, and that's kind of what you revere the most with, like, your rose-tinted glasses. It's a very valid thing. Like, I would shill these dwarves until the end of my day. Like, I really like the 7th edition stuff, or, like, the 6.5. Everyone's got their favorite era. Maybe a CT scan, I'm not sure. Maybe a lung specialist, I genuinely have no idea. It's like if I had to get back into 40k, I'd still probably go hunt down, like, a lot of the older medals and things that I kind of grew up with. Well, 6th edition, yeah, no, 6th edition was, like, the turning point, because you had a lot of, like, brand new plastic kits come out, right? Like, that was the first time you got sort of, like, updated Dwarf Warriors in plastic outside of, like, the Marauder ones in metal. Skaven, like, just elves, tons of things came out of 6th edition. A lot of really dialed in plastic, like, versions of what would later be, you know, what they were known for. Yeah, 6th edition was cool. I don't know if the sculpting style necessarily was for me. A lot of it was very He-Man-esque, you know, big hands, big feet, big heads. Yeah. But it certainly was, like, the turning point, I think, for GW. At least for Warhammer Fantasy. You still had medals and stuff, but new refined, like, plastics is always a good thing. T5, M5 Marauders with the flails. Oh, God. Are they really T5? For real? No way. The standard Marauder is T5. You're kidding. They probably are T4. T5 would be T5 Marauders would be a bit egregious. Yeah, that'd be demonic. I mean, they do look very tough. The fetid chaos energies. Yeah, there's a lot of monotonous scraping in this hobby. Technically, I've scraped this piece about 3 other times. Which I am going to have to chop it up and convert it to a degree, but I don't know how to do that yet. But it will be done. Pretty good cover. I don't really mind anything this guy does. Is this Polish? I know the guy's Polish, but I don't know if I'd call this Polish at all. I don't know what 90s Polish music sounded like, but I think this is just fine as a remix. Sounds good to me. Oh, it's his word? Sounds fine, though. Crazy frog. Bing, bing. I used to jam to Crazy Frog. I had the CD and everything. What a time to be alive. Warhammer and Crazy Frog. Memories. And then WoW. And then League. And then back to Warhammer. Warhammer has pretty much been in my life for as long as I've been around. As a child who, like, enjoyed G.I. Joes and Star Wars and Plastic Army Men, Toy Story, all that stuff, it's just kind of a no-brainer. This is like that, but taken to 11. It is the good stuff. I mean, look, yeah, we scraped a few of the same damn sculpt. I mean, look at this. It's the beardy sins. Now you lady, we've got genetic terminal baldness. It runs in the clans. There you go. I'll just look the same. Yeah, so we need to somehow make them all look different down the line, but I'm okay with it. We've got dwarven pattern baldness. The hairline's retreated back to the wee old scalp. Are we cooked? Well, maybe not for a dwarf. Yeah, maybe not for a dwarf. That is true. That is a factual statement. Oh, man. Oh, the chest. Oh, God. What time is it? Holy fuck, it's almost 7 p.m. Time flies when you've done the same thing for 4 hours straight. But you know what? It's one thing at a time. You're gonna scrape miniatures and be happy. You're gonna love it. Like, how do you convince someone to get into Warhammer when all they see is this shit? Please don't leave the hobby. It's fun, I promise. I believe so, yeah. Be last Christmas. You know, it is almost Christmas. And I really wonder what I'm getting. Well, I know what I'm getting myself. But, I wonder what Ivana's gonna get me. Outside of some paintbrushes. Or what if Mochi gets me something? One can dream. No, I like socks. If anyone's gonna get me anything sock-wise, it'll be everyone but me. So, that's fine. The older you get, the more you want socks. Tickets to Nottinghamshire. Oh, that'd be cool to go. Just wouldn't be this year. Wouldn't be this year, wouldn't be next year. I do need to make the pilgrimage. We do need to go to Warhammer World one day. We have to go to Bugman's Bar. I gotta procure all of their cutlery. $35 pairs of socks. No, that's how many you get in a bag sometimes. I believe it. Go to Walmart, just get 1,000,000 of them. Dollar store socks. You know what? You find them wherever you need to. You lose half of them, which is lovely. There's a reason they fucking sell you so many to begin with. I lose all my beanies. I lose my beanies and I lose my socks. Two very different pieces of clothing on two very different ends of your body, and I lose them both equally as much. That's a pretty interesting thing to have, yeah, the Old Republic come back is, quite the turn of events. Because we haven't had that since, what, KOTOR? And that was, like, what, early 2000s? Like, mid-2000s, I believe? A blister on my big toe. Feed it to Nurgle. He'll eat it up. I mean, Star Wars in any capacity akin to, like, the old stuff these days is hard to come by. Especially done by, like, the OGs, right? It's an era that not many people really like, unless you. You know what it needs is like a show. I think if you want people to get hyped about it again outside of the gaming aspect, you need a show. It's hard to sometimes sell things like that when they haven't been around for so long, and not everyone's been a part of it. Although maybe, again, having it as a game in today's times could absolutely bring, like, more attention to it, for sure. Lego Star Wars. Star Wars is cool. I mean, I like the... I've read some of the expanded universe stuff. I'm a big fan of, like, the OGs. Like the original trilogy, all the filmmaking stuff, Phil Tippett, the whole Creature Shop and ILM. That stuff intrigues me, the artistic side of, like, movie making, but Star Wars is good. It's, maybe frowned upon by, like, most people these days, but it deserves its fame. Yeah, I agree. There's been a lot of, since Disney, there's been a lot of, like, mediocre Star Wars. Yeah, yeah. Movies of your Warhammer miniatures finning of demonic spectral Mochi. I actually gotta go see Mochi here in a sec. Which means I'll most likely end the stream. Go rest my lungs and lay down a bit more. It's one fucking problem to another. I'm finally getting over my back problem, which took about a month, and now I've got a fucking, like, dual lung infection or something. I don't know what it is, but it's not fun. Doesn't feel good, it's not fun, and I'm stranded with the baby. If I die, Mochi's gonna have to eat my body. I will allow it, my son. Well, my back feels better. I'm literally just about getting over my back, and now I've got whatever the fuck I have now. Which kind of came out of nowhere. Ideally, it's nothing, but yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll keep drinking my water and having my Halls and Buckleys and whatnot, and be able to go in before everyone leaves for Christmas break. Their little holidays. No, I could have picked it up anywhere. I've been at the doctor's office, like, for a month straight. It could be mold, it could be anything, I'm not sure. There's a million things you can kind of get exposed to. 2,000 points of dwarves. Well, I mean, dwarves are kind of semi-expensive in points, so it's not so bad. I think the issue is that I chose a fucking force that's, like, a lot of smaller, like, just singular units. Like, war machines, crew, squads of thunderers, big block of warriors, like, 4 different characters, doom seekers, like, fucking 4 gyrocopters. There's a lot of, like, minor units in this army where you just kind of bounce around the build and, you know, artillery one day, infantry the next, war machine, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so I've got the list. It's not very tweaked or refined, but it's good enough to kind of work from. But I'm no stranger to building big armies. This is my youth. Back in the day when I didn't care so much about mold lines, you could build an army in a weekend. Times have changed, but it is what it is. Oh. I gotta build terrain markers as well. There's quite a few things. I gotta convert minis, I have to scrape up bits. I have to order bits, I think. By the time I get to painting, I should be either dead, have moved, or something. Some sort of drastic life change. But, you know, it's the journey. You find an army that appeals to you, and you're like, hey, mass infantry, gun lines, whatever it may be. No, I need to convert stuff. I'm doing, I contemplated doing, like, my issue is that I've always converted stuff. Like, I grew up playing... The main converting army would be orcs and goblins. Orcs and 40k, stuff like that. But I've converted stuff for, like, dwarves, I've converted Empire, Guard, everything I've done usually has some sort of, like, weapon swaps, green stuff work, helmets, shields, just anything. For the orcs, you'd just fucking build whatever you wanted. It's like, oh, I need mech guns? Okay, well, build 6 of them out of a fucking toy truck. It's just kind of with me. Like, I can't not convert something. And I think for the sake of the infantry for this army, I want to make them all unique. I want to make them more thematically clan-driven. Which means I want very specific weapons on very specific units and different banners and things to kind of, like, represent, you know, who they were before they joined the throngs and went to war. Just a bit of a personal touch. So, yeah, I gotta shop around for a few specific bits. Because I don't own the bits to, like, every range. I have a lot of dwarf stuff, but, I want to try and look for, like, maybe Space Marine banners, some of the old stuff that's very simplistic, maybe, like, the Orc and Goblin ones that are just super bare bones. Yeah, we'll see. Am I a pagan? I wouldn't say so. I don't even know what that entails. What does that what does that entail? I don't move around a lot now. It's just this year I'm going to have to be moving for family reasons. Not converted or kit bashed. Yeah, it's a personal touch. Do I worship Norse gods? Not really. I'm not a very religious guy. I worship the steel in my hand. Brought to you by Games Workshop. I'm not sponsored, technically. I should be. I have been a lifelong Games Workshop fan. Not to say that I agree with what they do, you know, all the time, but I would shill dwarves. If you send me dwarves, I would shill dwarves. You turned me on to fantasy. Well, I got started with Warhammer at Lord of the Rings. And then it was like 7th edition, Battle for Skull Pass is when I started Warhammer Fantasy. So all of this stuff stemmed from my stepbrothers when I lived with them, because they were into like Lord of the Rings Warhammer at the time when the movies were in theaters, and that got me into it. And then from that, it was like 40k, fantasy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this was early 2000s. Like, the Lord of the Rings films were still in theaters. Because I remember explicitly walking by a Games Workshop after watching Return of the King as well, and going in and getting that starter set, so that was awesome. Before that, it was like, you know, Two Towers, the OG starter set with like the Last Alliance or whatever, with like the fucking goblins. There was a lot of cool stuff. Or the First Alliance, I forgot what the names were, but it's the Men of Numenor with like the elves. Lord of the Rings was like, yeah, 2000 what, 1, 2, 3? It was like 3 years in a row of that. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe 2000. Very early 2000s, yeah. Yeah. It is iconic. I'm sure with Warhammer, most people got started with Lord of the Rings. Like, maybe not, but I know I did. So, good memories. And those miniatures are timeless. If there's any minis that hold up after all those years, it's like the Perry's Lord of the Rings sculpts. Like, those are just phenomenal. Those feel like they haven't aged a day. I'm not sure. They flare up sometimes. They don't feel so awful right now. I'm not really coughing myself to death, but I'm also trying not to breathe as much when I'm, like, sitting here. They don't feel good. I'll say that. The lungs. The fetid, doughy lungs. Full of beard hair. Have you been breathing down your beard again? Lovely. An unshowered, fetid dwarf. Yeah, Warcraft, Blizzard with, like, StarCraft and all that stuff, it's just all Warhammer adjacent. It was initially supposed to be a Warhammer thing anyways. If you've got any sort of sword and board or sci-fi setting, a lot of it's probably rooted in Warhammer to a degree. Warhammer is just that cool. I've sculpted stuff from scratch, yeah. I sculpted, could show you real quick, actually. Sculpting miniatures is a whole different beast. I've done it in the past. I wasn't so dialed in. Shit. The last thing I ended up sculpting was, the last thing I ended up painting, which was this. So I sculpted the, I sculpted and painted the base, which was out of milliput. It's like the fine milliput. Ugh. Yeah, so I tried to mimic the old early supplement for Moria, because they had a lot of, like, pillars and different things that were in ruins. So that was the last thing I sculpted and then painted. Yeah. So that was cool, but yeah, sculpting is, it's fun, but I don't like the process of, like, mixing putties and, you know, sitting there and finagling it for a bit. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's, if you've got a good workflow with puttying, that's great, but, like, I've always kind of hated mixing things. I'm not really a fan of green stuff, specifically the ones that have, you know, the yellow and blue joined together, so you have to kind of chop out the middle, because it's already cured. They've got different brands and things where you can kind of mix them one-to-one, without needing to kind of cut anything away, but the whole process is a bit too messy. It's not as enjoyable as I'd like, but I don't mind it. Total War 40k? Should be good. I'm hoping it's good, because it should bring on a lot of new people. Additive process? Oh yeah, for sure it is. Yeah, well, sculpting is always going to be a slow process anyways, because you're more so, like you said, you mix the putty, you can sometimes wait it to kind of, like, harden a little bit before you work on anything, and then once that's done, you have to let it dry, and then you can add another piece and another piece and another piece. Like, it's a slow process for sure, but I mean, I think this thing took me like an hour. It really wasn't much, you know, very basic shape, little dags, and then you kind of like let it dry and then start chopping it away with a knife. Yeah. So, yeah, there's some people out there who will be absolute wizards and, you know, sculpt full miniatures in like a day and stuff like that, which is doable. But it's, yeah, it takes a bit of time and talent and just patience. This whole hobby is just patience, to be honest, and, you know, honing your skills over God knows how many miniatures that you're eventually going to do. I'll probably clean maybe one more thing and then we'll call it. Let's actually just do this. My lungs are actually starting to hurt. Oh. Yeah, for me, puttying is always workflow. It's one of those things that if you're not organized, it's just so annoying. Although I guess most things are kind of workflow. Like how you do things from start to finish is always going to be in question, and then kind of like, is it convenient enough to want to keep doing it? Colgan, hello, sir. Oh, man. Circumstances. Sometimes they do just suck, man. Life is just going to put you in situations where the only way out is forward. And, it's going to fucking suck until you get it done, but once you do, you're free, man. I mean, that's up to you, sir. I don't... I... That I have no idea. All I'm saying is, you know, hopefully with what's going on, you can kind of gauge, you know, if it's going to work out for you or maybe if it's not, but you know, there's nothing wrong with like a second opinion, but, you know, sometimes you got to trust yourself. Life is a very strange thing. Even your parents don't know what the fuck's going on. They've been in the same position as you and me and everyone. You know, asking my mom for stuff, it's like sometimes she's just kind of, she doesn't know. It's like, who else am I going to rely on but me? So, Not such a bad thing to trust yourself sometimes. Or for today's times, Chat GPT. No, you're good, man. Well, family is... depends on the family. Not every family is going to be that way, but, you know, they just want what's best for you. I don't think any family out there is going to be like, man, I hope you grow up to do nothing and make no money. Like, they know how life is. Like, you gotta make money. It's just ideally you make it doing something you love. Which, if you can, that's awesome, but, you know. It is weird when you realize your parents are winging it too, yeah? I mean, you just learn as you go through life, man. Not everyone knows what the fuck's going on. There's no flowchart to life. You just kind of do what you do and, you know, pursue something for the future, hopefully, and see where life takes you. One day at a time. Hmm. Zinch fuckery. Yeah, man. Hey, we're all in the same boat to a degree. Do I know what the fuck's going on half the time? Fuck no. But we try to make things work. Enjoy yourself. Make a bit of money. Be happy. Pursue what you hopefully can enjoy. Yeah, exactly. You're good, man. Hey, we're all in the same boat together. We're all on this planet. We figure things out when we do. Jesus, that's horrible. Dogs are family, man. That's fucking awful. What the fuck? Stone that person. Stone them. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, ideally, if you get like a dog or something, you've got a little bit more free time. Pets are pets are a big responsibility. You're taking care of another like living thing that without you will die. It's like a baby but cooler. As if babies could be cool. Should have been born a dog. Wouldn't have a dog now living in an apartment? Well, some apartments are good for that stuff. Others maybe not so much. You know, you go through life and you want companions and friends and family and fun. And dogs are all of those things. But yeah, they're a big commitment. Dogs can't play Total War 40k though. Well, nobody can because the game's not out. Not yet. I'm very curious on how that game is going to work. That is free emotional care. All animals are. Yeah, for sure. I didn't really believe it when Ivana told me about it. She's like, you know, if we get a dog, I'd be a lot happier, like mentally. What does that mean, woman? It's not what she said exactly, but like, you know what I mean. Like dogs can be massive glow ups for like your mental health. Animals in general. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we've been here a little bit lately. True. It is true. Yeah. I didn't believe it until I got a dog. She was like, if we get a dog, I'll be so happy. I'm like, really? And we ended up getting Mochi, our little Pomeranian, and I'm like, oh my god, it's my son. Don't fuck with my son. Yeah, that's usually how it works. I'm like, we really don't need a dog. I sounded like every stereotypical, like, father, grandfather. You know, it's like, do we really need this? Like, we're gonna get hair everywhere. We don't want this thing. It's gonna poop all over the floor. And now you're like, please don't leave me. That's everyone ever with dogs. Or animals in general. I've seen the trailer, though, yeah. Yeah, you can't get rid of these animals, man. They're family. So good. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it once I wipe this down. I'm just scraping all the mold lines, that's why. Like, you can see the mold lines. As an example. See these big lines here. Easiest thing to look at would be like right here. See how there's a big line going through right there, right there, right there, right there. Once you've cleaned it up, it's basically seamless. It doesn't look like a miniature kit anymore. Another example actually would be right here. This one might be better. Maybe not this one. Oh, well, you can see what I mean here. There's a line your finger can catch on it. There's nubs. You just try to make everything look cleaner. What do I eat during the winter? Well, I had popcorn recently, so I'll say popcorn. I don't think there's any sort of seasonal food that I eat. Although I will say, maybe, with, like, walnuts. When you crack your own walnuts and you eat them, that's pretty fun. Yeah, this is just a step that you can do if you want to make your minis look a bit better, but not everyone's going to do it. And that's also subjective. Some people think they look fine without having this done, but it's up to them. It's a way to make your little model plastic kits look just a bit more seamless. They'll fit a bit better, they'll look a bit better, subjectively. I would. It's free. It's a good game. You just gotta stop caring about what other people think. Play the game, have fun, and, you know, do your own thing. Okay, this is done. What's with the light? Why did it just suddenly get so much more brighter? What the fuck? Weird. Is that like a poltergeist? What the fuck was that? Well, I'd say this is a good spot to end on. We've cleaned up the crew. We've cleaned up a bit of the war machine. That's a damn fine job. Damn fine job for now. And, the army steadily grows, just at a very slow snail's pace. Are these cleaned? Oh, I did clean these. Oh, maybe I can put... Can I put it together right now? Let's see. Technically, this is my last war machine that I have to do. For now. Oh, I didn't do it yet. Yeah, it's not cleaned yet. I'm doing 4 of them. 2 cannons, 2 organ guns. Bit of a sussy thing with the organ guns, but you know, we'll see. They'll be fun if they hit anything. And from that I have to make some gyrocopters. So the helicopters are up next. And we gotta do about 4 of them, maybe? I believe. And those are CBT. The gyrocopters are probably the most egregious build of any dwarf kit out there. Like, they're the most modern / parts heavy. So that's just going to be pretty fun doing 4 of those. Even more. Because, like, technically you can run a shit ton of them. You can do, like, 10 if you wanted. They are cheap enough in points, but not cheap enough in money. Yeah. We should have enough. I got the battalion box, and I have a separate kit of gyrocopters, so that should be enough to make 4 of them. 2 each. And then that should be another thing down, and then you just keep working at it, and, you know, it really is a matter of time, because as long as you end up scraping or doing something daily for the army, you're technically progressing, right? If it's like a big 100% bar, and you've cleaned 3 dwarf warriors, that's still a percentage of that bar, because it's a finite, you know, army. Anyways, folks, that is going to be it for me. I'm going to go see Mochi. He's got to go out. I'm going to go rest my lungs a little bit, and we'll see if I'll get back on tonight, but tomorrow there's probably just nothing going on. I'm just going to be chilling, resting. Do some League, do some Warhammer, stuff like that, and we'll go from there. Hopefully I feel better. I feel very deprived of air as of late. But yeah. So folks, be well. Just a reminder, we do have a Discord for this channel if you want to join up and talk Warhammer, talk whatever. There's a Twitter as well if you want to follow me on there. There's a YouTube channel, which we haven't posted anything to yet, but eventually we will. We'll be doing like unboxings and hobby vlogging and stuff like that. So yeah, all that stuff is linked below if you want to check that out. If not, no worries. But With that being said, everyone, take care, be well, and I will see you all tomorrow. So peace, folks, and take care of yourselves.